Hello and welcome to the finale of Endwalker. Right, there it is. That's the Stormblood theme. Okay, it is 6:30. It should be a lot easier to find a queue today, but it would probably still take a minute or two. At least there won't be 40 again. And then nothing. Still can't believe we didn't find a single other player yesterday. Unbelievable. The atrocity. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. Guide us, Almighty Fury. Some Latin, I think. And instead of the dragon part, we go into this. And loop. Also, contrary to popular belief, the lyrics have nothing to do with tacos. It is in fact the heart of Sadiq they are singing about. Not big fat tacos. Why do the final fights always take so long to do for? What the fuck? Is nobody doing these? Or is it because I'm a DPS? This is taking awfully long, isn't it? Ah, well. I think I should place the VOD cut for when the queue actually appears. In the meantime, we vibe, I guess. This is taking forever. Again, the problem of playing DPS and not anything else is long queues. There's one more trial I'm worried about today, and it's the first patch content trial in 6.2. Because if we don't get past that today, I will not be able to get far enough into the patch content to be able to finish the new patch in one go on Tuesday. The second trial in 6.3 is actually not that much of a problem because it's the second to last quest of the patch. So that's not a time commitment. I can do that like immediately before the other trial, or before the new patch. But yeah, if I don't end up getting there in time, I'll have to go through an entire dungeon and like an entire patch before I can play the new patch. And patches in this game are long. So I am a bit worried about the Storm's Crown trial to take too long. Including this queue, what the fuck? Man! Is there nobody queuing for this? It is not that late. Why is nobody doing anything? Game's dead. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I should have leveled a tank or something. That queued the instant. Oh, there we go. Finally. Whew. There we go. The final boss.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Sure. Let me summon like 7 people though.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Right, this. Ow. Oh, the damages. Oh, fuck me. Come on.
Utterly futile.
Alright. I forgot this trial
Your suffering is at an end.
very swiftly. Also, I'm kind of struggling on Black Mage right now.
This is a kindness.
Don't fucking walk into me. What are you doing? You walked off. What the fuck?
All of us have known despair. We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
Time thingies. Time shenanigans, even. Take damage. I dare you. I panicked so hard there.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Not knowing what to do in a situation is the worst part of learning a new class. Yeah, I don't think I want to be in that. That group seems kind of unfriendly.
'Tis so lonely between the stars.
You fucking... You interrupted my combo. Why the fuck did you chase me? Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, come on. Ah. Oh, I miss playing with people who are good at the game. Yeah. There we go.
There is only one place it may be found.
This is so much easier on extreme, what the fuck? Oh wow, thank you for dropping my combo. How kind of you. Not a fan of that junk. Nuh-uh.
Oblivion.
Yay. And tackle beam. Nice.
Dynamis.
Yes. We have it
No
too.
matter. You only delay the inevitable.
I know.
This is fate.
Yeah, there's no point in attacking her here. Because, yeah, this.
Your time has come. It always does.
And fake out. Let's go.
Light the way!
Yes, 500.
What is this defiance? No! The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate!
No matter the cost!
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw. This can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself. If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
So cool. I will not be commending this person. Ooh. No, sir. that summoner was dead for like 90% of the fight. Hi, bud.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
It wasn't always there. Yes, Vedrit, yes.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of what he's doing, isn't it? Ah, such a beautiful ending, though. Well now, Mister.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero. Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
I love his voice actor so much. Holy shit. But the question they pose is, do you fight just for fun or not? And I'm very different to Xenos and to a lot of players in that regard. I don't like meaningless challenge. I don't seek challenge for the sake of challenge. Like, people who watch me frequently know that I don't play games on the highest difficulty setting if the lowest difficulty setting lets me experience the exact same thing. Just kind of wish we had a choice to just walk away and leave Xenos there. Yeah, that'd be funny. But then we wouldn't get to duke it out with him. And that is a good set piece. But like, I only play games on the difficulty setting that lets me experience the entire story. I don't play them on any higher than that because the challenge that I can choose to just have on top of everything else is just worthless to me. I don't derive any joy or accomplishment from beating a artificially harder game. Because I'm not in it for the challenge. So I'll have to answer this. Think what you will, but I'm not letting you leave this place.
So you would still play the hero? No matter. In acceptance, you betray your deception. You know full well what we are and what we seek. To shine incandescent in death's shadow.
The music! I can just leave. Oh, but then I have to go back. How dare you not enjoy the game the way I do? Oh no. Should be fine. Let's go! Xenos, Viator, Galvis.
Come!
When do we get Xenostrip? I don't know. I want that scythe. That scythe is very sexy. 6 sparks of hope. Well then, my friend.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine!
How much plan is it? It's funny that he still gets Shinryu mechanics. Whoop. I forgot my combo there.
Show me your vaunted fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power.
Kind of panicked there for a second that I dodged into the wrong quadrant of the arena. Actually, I didn't.
Mine for the taking!
Oh, his audio cues, that is mean.
A test of your reflexes!
I love that line. A test of your reflexes.
A test of your reflexes!
So good. Ah, exoflares, of course. What else?
Mine for the taking!
Dark meat. Ooh. Spicy damage. Oh boy. Ooh, you mean.
A test of your reflexes!
Why, you little... Why would you stun me? That's rude. I'm a black mage. Oh my god, he's making me drop my fucking cast.
Test of your reflexes!
Stop moving. Hold still for a second. Zimusi.
Ah, my soul!
He'll not revive before the next one out, will he? You fucker. Ah, yes.
I know you too. The inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you! Ah! Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Nah. That'd be no fun, would it?
Yes! Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
No worries there. They won't. Ow!
A test of your reflexes! I have you!
Hi.
A test of your reflexes!
Oh, how did I get out of there? I guess I must have good reflexes, huh? How the fuck did I do that?
Show me your vaunted fortitude! A test of your reflexes!
Very cute. Good targeting, my buddy.
I have you!
My dude. Well targeted. You fucker! Stop! I hate this.
Mine for the taking!
Oh, come on. I didn't have an instant. Rude. How?
Have you no rage left for me? No rancor?
I cannot evade that one. What the fuck, game? That's -1.
A test of your reflexes!
Sad not no hit.
I have you!
Or no death, rather. -1 Xenos.
No! Not
-2
yet.
actually.
Not until the last of me is spent!
I don't wanna.
Now fall!
I'm gonna drop my stacks again. Rude.
This is my moment! Our moment!
Woo! Got you. So good. Chef's kiss.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant. Gone too soon. thought of you, my mirror. Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden?
Oh, come on, Square.
Did you find fulfillment?
If I return to the walking sands, you mean? You're missing the L there, Venred? Did you take the L? Walk free, walk free, walk free, believe. I know it's making sense. I was making a joke. Look, my thingy. Where the heck did this come from, by the way? No, no sad clown. No. Bye, Xenos.
Can you hear him? Safe. Must tend to... Open your... Please.
Someone, and...
Please.
You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you! So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
My hair's in the way, no.
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone alright?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this! When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came! And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life! Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
Look at all that animation budget. They had to make sure that it looks right for every character. Ooh boy.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
We're back. Eulus. I love Eulus. Sweetheart. Durgan. You. And you, Giddy. Hello.
Is that?
Sure is.
It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
He gets his own credit. Nice. The most important to be me.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Rah!
Yes!
Welcome home, everyone!
She said she was gonna be the first to welcome us back. So you better move. Emmett Selk.
Welcome home!
Yep. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the credits. I still need to get through a lot of stuff before people log out of the game. Me. This image. That illustration is so good.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth.
Flaming.
And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
Foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there.
Cutscene.
At least, that is what the story will be.
Science of the Eighth Dawn. Pog. Yes, exactly.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
A As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
That would be nice, yeah.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan.
Oh no.
If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Money! Time for money making, apparently. Good times.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
I don't want to go. I want to stay here. Oh. Yeah, yesterday's stream was like 9 hours. How dare you go to bed? No, I need to get done today. I need to get past Barbarizia, or I will have a huge problem on Tuesday. It's fine if I don't get past the last trial that's out so far, because that trial is in the second to last quest of patch 6.3. But I need to at least get through it, or I won't have enough time to finish the story on Tuesday of 6.4. So I'll kind of have to speedrun 6.1 and half of 6.2. So I can get to the trial before everyone logs off and I can't find players anymore. Speedrun time. Alright, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? Can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlian, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make the decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause. And so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your early exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decisions almost cost you your life. No words could express the remorse I feel. Duh. And with that, you did the right thing. It's a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin the restoration of the students of Baldesion. Through our work, Charlian will strengthen its ties with the other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel allured to the task itself. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Oh, Rain, pray forgive me for delaying my gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as father has been, tending to the aftermath of the Exodus. He's been good enough to show concern for the science. And besides, I made them worry enough for my lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set the minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alice and I have to assist Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what it will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We rejoined as members of the Ulzabat contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helmed the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempest across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lysina and her sister. That's a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the Fallen Empire will be at mercy of both internal and external forces. And I thought I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent. With greater power involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew. I'll visit when I can. By all means, full glad would I be for your visit. I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so. Yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you. In good times as in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Rain, from the bottom of my heart. Cute. Rain, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we have received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlian too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises will be within the capabilities of each nation to handle on their own. The science are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course, as individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Elfino. They were among the worst affected, and still need to help all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming to face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. That occurs my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give it up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. Should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many memories of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that were still annoying me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. Should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. Look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alizé Levelgear. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. The longest post story. Just talking to 8 people. Nice. Rain, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loperids embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the foreign, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to a solitary satellite. Yet, ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loperids hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of a mutual understanding. Hardinin, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star, and 'tis of an not so nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, exhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man results in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'd call it friendship. I did not wish to presume. Aye, I would be honored should they consider me a friend. For 'tis certainly true that I've grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the science of the 7th dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, when it spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus indeed I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even I must needs found across stormy seas. Ever shall I answer thy summons. A champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you, for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way. And healing magic, so no. I'm impressed how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Meteor defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the souls of all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost. But you held fast. Now, Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. For a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urian J as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the signs of the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go unattended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell I'm faring well and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day of the Scions came together. I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged. But never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Rain. I have a question for you, and I imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end. At least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know me to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller into the bargain. When her first time cried a lot? Okay, I don't get why you would cry over that theme, but you do you. I have no idea what FF4 is about. And if that is like a sad place or something, I have no clue. If you've something to say, then out with it. Just want to tell you, and you keep now. You talk as if the science, the dissolution was more than be a pretense. There may be fear or cause to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Emmerich hear about a disbandment, that he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even with others meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Harnish envoy arrived with a word from Vitra. The worm requested my presence as soon as things are settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnair, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Mityon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed. Life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Charlian, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Ritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Charlian if they wish to work and study. Ritra was always a satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people. If the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago. I would have assumed his benevolence had ulterior motives, but it's clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Ritra's kin sought release from conflict. So wary were they of the suffering it wrought. They surrendered to oblivion. But Midgardsormr didn't give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Itheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lands, I feel the weight of the struggle and the strength of their resolve. It lends me strength. These things I would never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever need me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Oh, it was Tears of Nostalgia. Got it. Got it. No, you don't need to write that again. I need to get through this. I don't have time to read chat while I'm reading the text boxes. I'm in a very tight schedule. I'm sorry. Oh, Rain. Why do you have a moment to talk? With the science stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Valdesian. Not only am I indebted to Master Gallo for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would never have set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, like any we've experienced before. I love this song, Eternal Winds. It's so good. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall the realm of the Omicrons when I asked you if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, it is true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. I'll hold you to that. As much as we've already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't impossible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come? I would bid him seek the adventure with someone. With that partner, find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to set word. And should a commission of interest come our way, you will find you'll be the first to know. Yeah, I also want Raha. I mean his outfit. Matoya's theme. Yeah, she earned it. Oh, are we saying for farewells too? I hadn't a present planned for on a journey of any great length. Not that I'm averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I had meaning to ask you. Something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. More than can easily be recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst these memories are certain essential facts. The history of Atheris and the ancients, glimpses of the ear, and of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings. But ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth has given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it's invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the reading. And events are described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotion and complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other, until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping a written record. Without them, my search for wisdom would be painful affair indeed. But what say you on the matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye. Let them be read and remembered. Very well then. I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the ear and the ancients, and so many other wonders. But I'm no scribe. It will be less polished work and more reordering of scattered nodes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to your own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I would otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first eludes me. And our venture into great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I'm at the beck of your call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Sure is. Tartaroo. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. Yes. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. My capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet. Be well. The items. So good.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlia before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Rads at Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Mityan. Whee! Look at the little bird. Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end. Ah, yes. That they ended with basically the lyrics from Tomorrow and Tomorrow. Oh, we're right. Hi, Davis.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers.
It is so much more obvious from his voice in
Alas,
English
I
that
dare
he
not
is
investigate
Elidibus.
in earnest before the coming of my guiding
That's
star,
the right
as I
teaser,
foretold.
yes.
We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
I actually was doubting that he might not be Elidibus in German because the voice actor uses for this clip and for the other Elidibus voices is pretty different. In English, it's exactly the same. But yeah, that's a little bit. Well, shall we then? Rain, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Alright. Oh, yes. Oh, this is so good. Take a seat then. I'll find us something to nibble on as well. I completely forgot. Just having tea with Totaro. Those cookies look so good. The donuts, not that much, but the cookies,
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future? After what you went through, I'm not surprised you need a moment to think. But if you're open to suggestions, I might have one for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
Great idea.
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind. Thavnair. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure that it has pockets. Pockets.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Shut the fuck up. Excuse me? Looks at my retainers. Fuck, she's right.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
True but rude. Now, that is not the fourth wall. That is just very, like, in-universe. This is called being cheeky. But it's not really a fourth wall break. But it still addresses both the character and the reader, or the player, I guess, in this case.
And thus I am returned.
Yup. You are. It begins. But not yet. Ye found adventure. By the way, this is the only patch in, I think, the entire game, but I would need to check, where the first quest in the patch, instead of the last quest in the patch, has the patch's name on it.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Oh, also, I completely forgot that I wanted to say something to that. The earlier offer of helping me with the first trial that's coming up, just two notes on that. Like, I'll happily take you up on that. But one, I need a healer or a tank. Otherwise, the queue time won't be shorter; it will be longer. Which Venrid is a tank. But secondly, it might take me like 5 or 6 hours until I actually get there, so I don't know if Venrid goes to bed before I hit the trial. He very well might. Observe as the artiste refines a piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you see. A little more room in the shoulders to open up the cuffs. Final adjustments to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Does it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? That's pretty cool. Clap, clap. I'm so glad you approve. If I've done yourself, Tataru. Thank you. Oh, stop! You're making me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I asked was that you wear this on your travels, or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They look at you, famous hero, and wonder, wherever did you purchase those stylish and practical garments? Before I know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Tartarutaru's boutique. Tartarutaru. I can hear it now. The merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Sure. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start off a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing that. You never know when some odd past detail may become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget all the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. I forgot about this. It's fun though. Yes, notes. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the science, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavne, I suggest you explore options at Merid's Mayenne, the finest drinking establishment in Razatan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale-tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Rain, and may fair fortune find you. But yeah, like the second part is like my bigger concern. I will happily take any of you with me into the trials, but I don't know if you will be awake when I hit them. Because this patch is about 3.5 hours. And the trial is in the second half of that other patch. Welcome to Merid's Mayhem. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you alone? Let me find your table. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jolene. I thought you saw him come in. Although he's somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from a selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits and besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Marriott found out I took coin from Taverner's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Tavernaire. Yes. Alright, the unskippable event again. Good stuff. Good stuff. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. I'd need to get a better voice on. Here we are, one of Merritt's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. That's better. It was very kind of you, sir. But I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurers at heart. Now where to begin? And I assume you've heard of Alzdal? Alzdal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe which sailed to Tavernaire from the mainland. A key figure in the history of Razat-Han. His decision to aid the Arkasodara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for the thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Halsdar III, who was known for his deeds as a satrap in Razat-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first blood. Then there's the tale of the sunken vault, the one you must seem most curious about. According to this legend, Halsdar III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, all locked in as well, well within. And the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razat-Han, folk would remember the tale of the hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Oh, would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in my... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Here, another round for the professor, please. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhain. Oh, where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure flatly refused to speak with what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only serve to feed the legend, and the golden lore grows stronger than ever before. It reminds me something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous portables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been there since he set sail. I hear, but he did have no, I can't say no more. You seem a generous sort, kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest. If by your words, and you to your death, I could never live with myself. Are you a stranger to peril? Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then? What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink! I need another drink to settle my nerves. Of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is in your kind, Professor. Oh no. Anyway, here you are. I suppose we'll share a little more. This friend of Asma, he was desperate by a treasure map. I was told the way to the entrance of a wall. It seems she could only give some mercy. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to my best friend. Yeah, more drinks. No, water. Your drink, sir. Oh, I'm parched. There was water. You tell her to bring me water? Shoot, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My hands will certainly thank you in the morning. I assume you have open doors. I am putting my words of Master Zalzan. Be wary of how much you drink. You swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I was subjected to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azuma, well, as I said, we share a taste for mayhem's fun spirits. He probably came as when we were talking. I wish you forward in finding your fortune. Well. Rip. Yes, I am Azama. Azama, man. Yes, I am Azama. Who might you be? I'm on this table, is who I am. All true, I'm afraid. A friend took a ship out in search of Alsdal's legacy. And I've been watching for her sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And after that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. It was hunting Alzadal's third otherworldly hoard, and his ambition he would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How we convinced a merchant of the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seemed this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route. But my friend's purse was too light for his exorbitant price. With that, what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there's ruins on a smaller island somewhere in the bounty. And with those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you're truly intended in seeking Alsdal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king boy.
Sus indeed.
I'd never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
Yeah, that's a bit too thick, boy. Lay it on a bit thinner if you want people to believe your ruse. It's Jinian! He is the Azure Dragoon. I could do the Joker thing, but I don't want to.
Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost
voice. I don't have a button for it. I should, but I don't. Because I'm lazy.
Say.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
They were together. Yeah, obviously. I wonder if there's actually people who didn't catch on that they are working together. To everyone who is familiar with
my friend.
Arab and Indian markets, actually would have gotten to that before you got the pan down to his face. Like, anyone believing this? This is standard procedure.
Places. Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
I didn't expect you to still be
Ruins
here.
beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You seem pretty eager to be underway.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not.
That's why I love Estinian. He became such a fantastic person.
Coming along, yes?
Naturally.
I thought as much.
I love this track.
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Yes, that is the artifact gear. You'll recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vish's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast. I met his proposal once and was too full of harnish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train at the Radiant Host in Leadswine. But that's a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsi is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard to read these names. Akiali. Not Ayakali. Brian, please. Ayaya. Another level 90 gear from... Huh. I mean, you can look at all of them, even if you don't own the class. I have one entire class on this character, and it still let me see all of the outfits. friends, what brings you to a humble village? Matsuya. I love him. So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here. I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed the little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. It is you. Do you not know how far we are? Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you not cross paths with some wild beasts? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnair? You are. I know you are. And I've cheated you. I worked with Zashal. You see, the map merchant. It is my job to play the pleading often and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done. I beg you for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... well, we'd be... Enough. No, I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You're too kind to overlook the wrong I've done you. But there's more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zasha selling the information to another customer. He told the man that where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man set out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt that ruins are danger, but I assure you, between the two of us there's little we cannot overcome. Please, I do not bear the thought of... We could have invited comrades. That we could. Assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it might prove wise if more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom we approach? The signs have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Stola. Stola? Her magics could be a welcome addition, aye, but I'm loath to interrupt her research. Maybe we could ask a less prickly companion. Thankful Orient J, maybe? Thankful and Orient J, hey. Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind. I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Rahan Cryo? Aye, Cryo may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, it would surely leave with the invitation. Would that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean? Yes, very. What is your name, boy? Merad, sir. Well, Merad, your life is yours. It's to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. But what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone is too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. You know, it's so heartwarming to see him care for orphans, because he himself is orphaned. Nidhogg's blood killed his parents. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. You'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Merad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Rain. What might the students do for you? Graha, yes? He's in the main hall with Mr. Scryle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Urgika, my good man.
No, not quite.
Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How's the restoration coming along?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
So cute.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite Yostola?
I mean, I wanted to, but...
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits wish to build their own vault for the people of Aetheris to explore, and are looking for inspiration to help make it a memorable experience. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Fanboy Raha, yes. Stola! Oh yeah, this cutscene. I remember.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment.
Hi.
How long have you two been here?
Not long. Just arrived.
Did you now? I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
No, the puppet, the mammoth, just like, oh, these books! Could have at least put them back. Ah, poor little mammoth.
our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
It is good to see you.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loporrits had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
True.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
Hi,
Wasted trip, I'm
Thancred.
afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
You're looking well.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental etherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather?
Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Well then. Ah. Tortos. Well, time for our first dungeon, isn't it? I sent you to recruit Gran to return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsuya's boat steady enough to carry us all. What he means is we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for a chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to stay clear of the reefs and the shadows there. We'll keep an eye out. Boop boop. Astar the Third. I confess I'm somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? What of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. Friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we find. Until we find it, so let's dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Yes. Let's go. Yes. My item level is too low. That checks out. Yeah. This one. But also only barely, oh my god. To think I would be short of a ring. Well. Idea. There we go. Oh, those are all 80. Come on. Well, base Omicron has a vendor. Let's see over here. For the moment. That's a bit better. I would like the ring then. That did not enough. Okay. Plan C. I did not foresee this issue. Do you have... No. Not yet anyway. Okay. Well. No other choice then. Market board it is. What would be the gear set I'm looking for? Just go with this. And yeah, Black Mage. Nascita, right? Fine. I'll take it. Nothing I can do about it. The market board tutorial. The music here is so good. Then catch up with the story. This is still catch up. The new content doesn't release until Tuesday. But we are in patch content now.
Allow
Also,
me.
hi. Yes. This is 6.1 out of 6.3.
Be gone!
So we are making pretty good progress at this point. There's one part of the story I need to get to before everyone logs out of the game, and I won't find people anymore to run the content with. But once I've gotten past that point, I'm pretty much good. All the other content I can play with NPCs. And then there will only be one piece of content that I need to do with players before the new patch. And that's the second to last quest in the game. At this moment. So that won't be an issue. I can easily just play those last two quests on Tuesday before the new content.
Be gone!
So yeah, right now I'm mostly hoping that I get there in time. Magic bridge. I love magic bridges.
Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
Oh, that thing's still alive. Okay, coming up on the first boss of the dungeon after these 4 ads. Also, I'm thinking like I think the next patch marks the Be gone! The final patch of adding the do the dungeon with NPC feature to every dungeon in the game that doesn't have it already. So I think starting with the upcoming patch, you can play all story dungeons without needing players, which is kind of wild for an MMORPG. And only the stuff that isn't a dungeon will be left to be requiring players to get through the main story. And I imagine they will be working on those next. Just what is a player? I don't need those. Anyway, boss time. That was... I double tap that.
I will not hold back.
Allow me.
Be gone! So lucky, holy shit. I've never had a pattern in this dungeon that was this advantageous for just standing there. Damn.
Something special for you. Hold still.
Be gone! Okay. That mechanic again. Yeah, we need to go. Yeah. Yeah. That seemed right. Oh man. That, by the way, is the most annoying to read mechanic in the game. That one we just solved with the two big AoEs. Because you can only really figure out where they end up by following the little watermark trails. The little water trails through the puddle. And the patterns are so weird. I don't think we'll see it again. Yeah, he'll die. Be gone! But it's very awkward to figure out the safe zone for that pattern. For that attack. I think this teleportation sequence takes longer than 15 seconds. Unfortunate. Oh no, it didn't. I kept my stacks. Glyph of passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. Deep underwater indeed. So yeah, we basically just beat the main story about an hour ago, and we are just kind of taking a break from all the world-saving business and are just being adventurers for once. Just going on an adventure like normal adventure-y people. And we're kind of on the mission to find this old, ancient, lost treasure. To then donate it to, like, people who have been inconvenienced by the last world-ending calamity that happened. As kind of crisis relief, I guess.
Be gone!
Because we are nice. And we also don't need all that much money. Okay, that thing. We won't be getting that done before it spawns again. Not with NPCs. Unfortunate. But I can at least prevent the third one. Or can I? Apparently not. Oh boy. That's a lot of enemies for an NPC tank to take care of. I hope they programmed his AI well for this dungeon. There's an awful lot of enemies.
Be gone!
Die. Anyway, how are you? I completely like focused on the boss instead of asking. How is it going? How was your I mean, you didn't exactly take the day off, so it wasn't a holiday for you. How are you on your long weekend? I think I could put it that way. How is your long weekend treating you? Do you find us tired as fuck? I can imagine. I would be too, if I was doing what you were doing.
Make ready!
Alright. Alzadar the 14th. I remember. Crab. Big crab.
Be gone!
Let's blow up the crab.
Be gone! Be gone!
Yesterday, me and the boys had a game evening and tried the Fallout game. Which Fallout game? Fallout board game. Ah. 5 hours. Wow.
Hold still.
They come at 2 in the morning, getting up at 6. Move. I hope the game was fun at least. That it was worth it.
Be gone! Be gone!
Allow me.
Be gone!
Huge fan of the AoE patterns in this boss fight. They are so
Be
pretty.
gone!
Hold still. Something special for you. Hold still.
This boss also only has 2 mechanics, which is really funny.
Make ready!
They only have a limited budget for the dungeons and what they can put into them. And I think just these 2 mechanics are so crazy that implementing them exhausted the budget for this boss. And that's why he only has 2. Slightly amusing.
Be gone!
And that'll be it for the boss fight. Nice. Tech routines, behavioral patterns, there's so much to report.
Be gone!
Anyway, fireballs. Fireballs are always good. Big explosion.
Be gone!
Allow me.
Together we shall overcome this.
What are the blue ones? That's ice. The ice attacks don't deal any damage, unfortunately. Well, they deal some damage, but not enough. But then they get blue balls. Ah, I see.
Be gone!
I see.
Be gone!
Allow me.
There actually used to be a really annoying elemental damage system in the game. Fortunately, it was largely removed. The only difference is like a 0.001% damage difference based on, I think, what patron deity you pick in character creation. Because the stats are still there, but they don't do anything anymore. And you get like a 1 point difference to other players. The system now only exists for the purposes of having buffs that empower or depower certain abilities based on their element. But it doesn't really make a difference in terms of enemy resistances. I was gonna say, wasn't there mimics here? There is. Here they are. We found the mimics.
Hold still.
Be gone!
I kept getting this dungeon in roulettes for some reason. So I'm pretty familiar with everything in here.
Be gone!
Been in here quite a bit too often for my personal taste. Especially the final boss is pretty annoying.
Be gone!
Whee. There we go. Hello! Allow me to just kind of go here. And open this. I just wanted to make sure I trigger every enemy this time.
Be gone!
I will not hold back!
Allow me.
Be gone!
Nope. Ooh. Let's see how long this cutscene is. If it's longer than 15 seconds, I drop my buffs. And it usually is longer than 15 seconds. Because they don't like black mages for some reason. Why even make the class if you're gonna make it horror for everyone playing it? Da, 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 da. Ah, the music. 90% of why I like playing this game so much is just the music. Is fantastic. I am an idiot. Oh, right. Rip my stacks. This is longer than 15 seconds anyway. See how long I'm stunned there? So rude.
Allow me.
This boss is annoying for that very reason. It stuns you. Anything that stuns you is annoying in this game.
Gloves are off.
Be gone! Make ready!
Stuns are always annoying. Yes, exactly. Especially if you have like gameplay elements such as this class where you have a timer that you need to refresh by using certain actions. And you just can't because you're stunned. This lasts 21 seconds, this state. I have 15 seconds until I need to refresh my buff.
Make ready! Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
One, two. Wait, really? Again? Oh, well, no, it's this one. Okay. Oh, have they coded them to evade finally? That'd be very nice. I think they finally managed to code the NPC AI in a way that it will always evade the player character when trying to spread out mechanics. Which, like, that's the source of so much aggravation in some of the content you can do with NPCs, where you have to move because the NPC is standing in you. And if you don't move, you die. Fending? Oh, come on. Not a single one. Yuck. I'm gonna have to buy more shit.
What have we here?
Good question.
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Rashan!
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters?
that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Sealing away what exactly?
Perhaps I should simply show you. I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
What is that doing here? Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that they both allow passage between the source of the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an accidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of a deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanisms put in place to control it. To think that a search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swelling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Ah, the memories of Crystal Tower.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of Void-sent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now,
in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
So they managed not only to expense the fissure, but also manipulate it as one by the gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange for to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. My apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. The constructs, if the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spire vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians at hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razadan. I promise I will discuss the Vault Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of the storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. What was the tomb raid, robbers? Fiends born from the Tower of Zod? By the sisters. Do not tell me blasphemy yet roams free. No, it was us. The shifty eyes. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. And I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. Is it still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemical forge locked, and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void sent. And from this side, no man would be able to pass through. Oh man, I should think Alfina would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead, I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ajdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, unbound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void send, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Mayhaps you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search the vault for the first place? To see if the legends were true. As you have seen, the fair Elizabeth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumour's origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We'd no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt I can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You're most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Kryle was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to see the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. I was planning to. The difficult part in this will be deciding how to best put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance? Yes. Thank you. Ren and I earn this together. I will follow his example. Okay. Follow the Benui. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Amazing. Meanwhile, not here. Ah, yes. This music is the good shit. Oh, that camera move though. Damn. I sensed of the reaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes. But such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We do not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate who bested the Cloud of Darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let him come. I will drown the world and watch his fleshling grasp for the breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on your struggles beneath the sunless sky. Remember why we see not a will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. To anyone who has played Final Fantasy IV, this should be mighty familiar, because this is directly taken from that game. Here we have Golbez and his 4 elemental fiends, I think, is the terminology. I don't remember. Elemental people, elemental monsters, something, something. Boop, boop. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, we must first determine which groups will benefit most from the monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you'd act in my stead. Rain, you are to visit Akyali and Yedlimad. Speak with Matsia and his people and listen to their grievances. Estidian, you do the same in Palakastan. I will be conducting my own inquiries at Giant Skull Grounds. Okay. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. Whee! Oh, Rain. I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs. Well, I suppose Kalzal's lost hit us the hardest. Been trying to find buyers for my fish. But although I saw a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. That guy. Greetings, welcome, traveler. This is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special umbrella assay. As refreshing zest cannot be beaten. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing it from me. Still not turning a profit these days. Excuse me? Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister spare me. We might as well have put that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in short term. Add that to the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Castle and his consortium is still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. And to the Mega Dude, we go. There we go. Ah, my advisor's written. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that it's almost known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. And there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of letting some carter stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakastan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yelimad. From what I understand, they've always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like. I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Palakastan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself had heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Tavernier has been gladly indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Ayakali and Yidlimad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to afloat his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yidlimad. I am reminded of a child as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk her the vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale. Repeated over and over. So many times lost. Lives lost, rather. Child. Enough grief to drown, and if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not reign. But we will not. Reign, Estinian. I will consider the perspectives you brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Takes a village.
Of course. We must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Kalzal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study at the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy to setting up the foundation. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Arwan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done, and I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Ba ba da ba ba. Wee. Ba da ba ba ba.
Right, here we all are.
Sure, we sure are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by VTuber's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many void scent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Gunman?
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan?
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
the restricted section of Numenon. Illegal books, Pog.
Yes, it may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Khalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Gold. teleport. Whee! Ah, this storyline is so good. If we are to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of us, we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholar Montaigne? He did come to Grass defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Oh right, I can teleport with her now. I think they patched that exactly for this patch even. Before you couldn't teleport with an NPC in tow. They would just get severed from you and you'd have to go pick them up again. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I've never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoire took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. Sometimes I wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued the studies here instead. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of the Academy as one could get. But it was wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. I'm so fond of guitar pieces that leave in the sound these strings make when you slide on them to hit the different chords. It sounds so much more natural. It's so lovely. Ah, visitors. And quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholar, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh ho. No furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in the wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I'd no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Damia has lain dormant in Charlian's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over to the void. That is in fact precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift. For one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed out of the end of existence. I've heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very end, last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. After all, and after hearing the whys and wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason to present you your request for the forum's consideration. Not to present it. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there's no denying that having Master Fortuner on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to level your estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you may share with me the discoveries you made in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you could see your way indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Skolak. You'll be sure to pass on any revelations. Stola! We leave. We go. Master Rain, Mistress Y'shtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuner. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I should inform him that he has guests. Well. Emilians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Skolak nodded and expressed much the same sentiment. Assure you, we'll not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it's absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses her sister. She was his guardian and his friend. A selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother's given up thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying their longing is hard. It is no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years on research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. The reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences with the first should contribute a fair exchange to our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Pedazian Annex. Yes. Remember the rain. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that his student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded in no certain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. Of course he did. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we can do in return. That was wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, I'm sure you are aware this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution. There will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you a good day. Yay! Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, hi. But in that very stoicism is exactly what Charlie needs to guide it through not one but two exoduses. But rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Damia's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly into the archives from here, I presume. You'll presume correctly. Then you will want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? We shall! Ooh, this is exciting. Pudding way. Pudding. To think the set of instructions that laughingly imagined it may actually exist, but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I'd known of Alsdal the Third's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself a days of research. Even the children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I'd already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Archon, Yestola, and Guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me. If you would watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Oh, ooh. Yes! Good music.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
This is Great Gubar Library, but the piano arrangement version from one of the arrangement albums. It's perfect music for this. Today, in a world not my own, I met a most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she's even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential. insignificant even, as all that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. In the year 1564 of the 6th era, the Amazar summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of the fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world, with no spell to transport me back to the days of old. I could instead summon a being possessed with encyclopedic wisdom of every age, yet with no means to verify its pronouncements. How could one be certain they were true? That is an excellent fucking question. Like, so if I use primal summoning, or creation magic for that matter, to not be enthralled by it, to create an omniscient being, how would I be able to verify that it is actually omniscient? And that everything it says is true. Assuming it wouldn't lie anyway. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift spanning apertures as devised by Nuashan, the 9th patriarch of House Daimir. We present these research notes for faculty of Shalian Studium as both a token of a friendship and an expression of a boundless admiration. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open a single book and was completely absorbed in the contents. Well done, Rain. I think you may have found a prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Daimir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a hardened alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in the House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here, patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, we done again. Say we return to Thavnea and look for the great work. Your story tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be part of it? Hi, Nate. How you doing? I've no doubt you will be interested. The research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daemir. I've never even knew such a word existed. If you should. Was sequestered in Nominant's restricted archives after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome with forbidden research. And he put it right into my unsuspecting hand. I can hardly wait to read it. To think Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what do you say to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on the Daemir project has been redoubtable, that even the redoubtable scholars of Charlian trembling in their sandals, no alchemist of the great work could resist. You're a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed with the runes at the bottom of the bounty. Today's a day of revelations indeed. But the purpose of a man-made Artemis is to expand this hidden portal. Then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning approaches is not the sort of thing I want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. And by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally-infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than Font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to liven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. No, it's over there. Okay. No. Go, 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 go. Yes. And back we go. Do you have that flask for me? Yes. The last expansion or second last? It is the last one. This is actually like almost the end of the main story. There's like 2 other patches. Yes, that should suffice. Thank you, Rain. That is one way to put it. Seeing how I have to finish most of it today, tiring would be another way. Look who I came across. Astinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, have need of his lands. Right then, now that the little party's assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. We'll be in need of Matsuya's boat again. Not this time. When she's told to inform me of her destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at the Akayali. Your Excellency is ever gracious host. Shall we? Yep, on Tuesday. There's also a new patch for Destiny coming on Tuesday. I'm kind of short on time. The ship is yours to command. Oh, thanks. We set sail at once. So this is so exciting. Asdar's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with my own eyes. All about for the treasure vault. Whee!
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies.
What?
The gate was a secret I shared with none but my
Noriaki _Kakyoe99 resubscribed for 19 months.
Should those with
Surprise visit,
learn of its
and
existence.
also 19 months till yeah.
You live! Hello! Also 19 months, holy fucking shit. Hello? You live? What's going on?
Sticky Pudding resubscribed for 6 months.
Help!
NANI?!
I love you, and I miss you.
Oh my god, I missed you. Holy shit. You're back. How is this? Do you have internet again? Or are you like out and about and just happen to be in an area where you can watch a stream? I don't, Pogand. Man. Said fuck it and went out. Holy shit. Well, we'll be here for a while. So the next patch is on Tuesday. I will be playing for most of tonight, honestly, because I need to get to a very specific part of the story before everyone logs out. So I'll have enough time. And from that I can take it a bit easier, but I need to get to the second to last quest today, which is a ways off. Or at least I'll at least try. We are in the patch content, by the way. We've finished Endwalker's main story. We've you can watch the VODs once I get around to converting them and uploading them. They're pretty long. But we duked it out with Xenos. And yeah. Oh yeah, I will definitely hit some gear level checks. But that's fine, I've got enough gear. I'll be hitting a gear level check in 2 fucking quests. Because Felcourt of Troya is...
What is it you're doing now?
575.
The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence, but I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Maybe set a familiar?
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
It's so funny. That's a... Yeah. She's so embarrassed.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
This is so good.
In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Yes, of course.
He's in shock.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Froth and foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Water, Water, frost, and fire! Into shadow realms we go!
This is so good.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Poor bean.
The poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
I cannot lie. I want to die.
We're out of time. I must reseal the Void Gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Closed.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium.
And she would know.
Rest now, little ones.
Boop.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget. that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives.
Hmm.
The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void.
This one.
And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
Ah, the music.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Poor conflicted being. More! Once Zidana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, the door into the 13th will be yours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the void myself. Why don't we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? At least a good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And to think there's a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Scarlet Ironworks! Sid? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With the experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit the operation in Raga's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Woof! So, Karkuin, how are you doing? Oh my god. An actual Karkuin. in my chat. What is this? Wait, what brings you to the ironworks? Good. I'm good too. My wrist is getting better steadily. I think I should be fully recovered sometime next week. And did this. We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Mr. Sid, certainly. I'll see if there's a moment free. Do we get Sid voice? Please tell me we get Sid voice. Ah, no, this is too stilted. He won't be voiced. I fell on it. Pleasure as always. You have a job for us? Head into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meeting you in a bloody mess. Yeah, gravity evil. Alright, let's take a look at the talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. Seems some manner of corrosion has set in around scratch on its surface. Must be not just the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? With a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate chemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as to not impede the talisman's primary function. Suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pinch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such a deal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, you may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jesse in the constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing our fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Gravity is evil, that's why I live in space. Space is much nicer. I think you can leave the rest in Sid's capable hand. Let's return to the great work and see if Nidana's getting on with the Mogatimus. Speed!
Hey, Stola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records.
Nice.
What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ashdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Ah, this story is so good. Surprise me, Estinian. For Lone Wolf, you showed an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Victor reach its conclusion. Just for the greater good. The room's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace wrecked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer then? You seemed disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with the Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts. His endless rage, my rage. And the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoska's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there's a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you. An unusual crew we have here. Indeed, but perfect for a purpose. I should think I'd rather not bother the science with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Now into the specifics. Like the first, when the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. 'Twould be more convenient had be some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. I'm also very happy that they afford us some measure of calm after the literal end of the world. They can't keep up the one-upmanship after that. Like, end of the world is kind of the top of the fucking list. Doesn't get any more dire than this. So we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mound of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in search for Ashdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what the chances of success might possibly be. Success or fate. I'm grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the Great Work and lend what help I can to the Nidana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into 13th, now is the time. All I need is my arm and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Rain, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Yeah, I can't deny that I'm a bit excited about this. Come on, it's the Void. It's so cool. Also, this is the final quest of that patch, which means obligatory post-quest cutscene. Meanwhile, in the 13th. Look at the place. Oh boy. This is Xenos' void send.
This world, bereft of saviors.
Whatever happened to Xenos after that final fight, he is probably, maybe, dead. Maybe. We didn't check, we didn't wait for him to, like, you know? We left. But we left him at the end of the universe. So, difficult. At excellent timing. Excellent timing, Rain. Just a moment ago, I received word from the Ironbacks. They've completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warning scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial atomos. All is in readiness for a journey into the void. I've instructed our comrades to gather at the Great Work. Let us head there at once. So I need to get about 15 more item levels over what I have currently. But I'll take care of that once I've unlocked the dungeon. Oh. I think that was I in. Still not enough. Damn. There you are, Rain. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial atomos. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original. A truly remarkable feat in a short time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Razatan. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed after bringing the Atomus to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends on the Ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. It said his husband and their 2 employees. Let's go. Rod and Q, it's good to see you all again. But for the president himself to attend. Keen to bear witness to a little experiment, I hear. No, I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along to see you off, Bo? It's thanks to these 3 that we could finish the work so quickly. It was my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years to the void with nary a hint of degradation. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee the quality as well. I'll keep you safe. Oh, no, not bragging. Here are the scales. With these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Midgard Summer came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. Thank you. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Nidana, is what the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there's something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. He's certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive? The kind that'll make him that'll help him avoid, I presume. That God's forsaken place. He'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh? I love Nero. He's so funny.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Well, hello there.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is naught to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use. Again, I ask that you watch over Radzatan in my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Varshan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan. And best of luck.
This is so cute.
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporits. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault. As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger. Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Hydaelyn's gift than her chosen champion?
Yeah.
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
Well then. I think, Kakun, if you're still around, you'll get a kick out of the name of the dungeon we are about to unlock. I've told you about it before, but it is time.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Alzadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Boop.
Go. Absorb the Void Gate.
Well.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
Trouble.
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ashdaya.
Yes. That is the Falcord of Troya. Good name. Top tier name. Yes, I know how to search the market bot. Thank you. I definitely want to have a bracelet because that is abysmal item level. Yeah, fuck it. Okay. And I think I'll do with a ring again. And then choker. There we go, that's enough. Well then. Duty support. The Fell God of Troya. Fantastic name. No notes. The final boss theme in here is fantastic. I'm so looking forward to it. Whee! Let's hope I drop gear for my actual class in here. And also none of the slots I just bought gear for, so... Basically, let's hope I drop an earring or anything on the left side. weapon would be most appreciated. The music here is so good. But yeah, I knew you'd enjoy the name of this dungeon.
You underestimate me!
Yeah. Enemies. Enemies. Yeah. Wait, it's dungeoneering time once more.
I will end this farce.
We are on very good track to get to the trial I have my eyes on in an hour, just about, hour and a half after we're done with the dungeon. Which should be early enough to still find a group today. So I should be able to set up the playthrough in a way where we can go into the new patch on Tuesday when it releases. Exciting.
Out of my way! No mercy!
Okay. I mean, depends on when you wake up, you know? I won't be streaming all night, there's that much left. But I hope you sleep well. I died. The NPC didn't take aggro. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. No. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. Let's use this because... Actually, I wonder how worth it that actually is. I don't think in pulls this big using a single target is very smart. Oh well.
Out of my way!
You know, now that I have a level 90 Black Mage, I could look at the rotation. Why oh wow? Lazy. First boss? Question mark?
Away with you!
You're mine!
Ah yes, just draw them to the other side of the arena, why don't you? Uh-oh. But yeah, this isn't as much a boss as it is an extended ad pull that you have to do in one try. Kinda weird, not gonna lie. Kind of odd.
I will not hold back! I will end this farce!
You underestimate me!
What is this? And I'm wondering why NPC pulls take so long. Pull them together, Vashan! Oh boy.
This will hurt.
I think they actually allowed the NPCs to do AoE damage for this one though. Because this would take forever if they didn't. I'd be the only source of damage. 1, 2, 3. Bonk. 1, 2, 3. I'll just get hit by that.
You're mine!
Ta-da! Come on, casting. No, aiming. Why? I want to spend all my money on gear that's worthless in like 3 days. Please. Not that I care about the gear on this account very much, it's just annoying.
Out of my way!
You're mine!
I will end this farce.
Ooh. Bong. Ah, more pets. Ah, I'm getting pampered today. So many pets. So many cuties. Hello. A cutie has joined the stream. Another cutie. So many cute people today. Ah. An overloading of cuteness. Wow. Yeah.
You underestimate me!
Being drowned, help. Imagine having to stop playing while you're drinking. What am I, bad?
I will end this farce. Away with you!
Ugh.
Out of my way!
Ah. Thank you. I should see if I can put emotes into... Oh, that would be funny. What if I replaced the items being thrown at me for the summon a drink with the Fame Sip emote? Just throw me at me. I think that would be funny. Sort of water bottles and energy drink cans. Yay. That one.
I will end this farce.
Earrings, Pog! Woo! One more item. Oh, on that side, please. The weapon or something. I'm actually one item level short of being able to do Barbarizia, which is annoying.
Out of my way!
Easy.
I am of the first brood!
I am bad at Black Mage and evading at the same time. Ah. Wait, this is Beatrice. She is the owner of this castle. It's hers. And we are kind of getting her. As you do. These NPCs are going to cost me my nerves, oh boy.
You underestimate me!
I'm doing no such thing. You liar.
All or nothing!
That looks better. There we go. Goodbye. Casting arm guards! Yes! The drops. They are with me. Holy shit. Let's go. I've got enough item level for Barbarizia. Also, yes. Very good. Sitting on a throne feels good, feels good. Should do that more often. Gonna find some ruler to usurp and steal the throne from. Order demon. Which I'm literally killing with fire. Funny. Oh no! It is more enemies. Varsha just shouting in the background, down with you! Okay.
Out of my way!
You're mine!
Away with you!
What level do I need from Mount Ordeals? 95. Should be doable. If the next content is nice to me. If it drops, that is. It's only 13 more average, so I definitely need something on the left side. But it is doable. It is doable.
Out of my way!
I will end this farce.
Almost at the boss of the dungeon. Almost.
Out of my way!
Is that Estinian yelling down with you? I think it might be Estinian. Come to think of it. Probably is him. More of his style anyway. To be yelling. And all that. All the nice damage. Very good.
Out of my way!
I will end this farce.
Will you now, Yustola? Will you now? Final boss time. Oh, it's time for good music, everyone. Hold on. Hold on. I need to... Yes! Shut the mouth on my... No, I don't want to be eaten. Well...
So the gate did open again, and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Well, hello there.
I am Scarmelion, the Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Fame. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your graves.
Ah, the music. So good. Yes!
Breathe deep of your death. You must die. My blade thirsts
not hold back.
for blood.
No mercy!
Protect me, my minions!
Can't believe I'll actually be taking damage from these. They usually die so fast.
I give you a taste of true despair! Stubborn mortals! Come, fill your lungs!
You underestimate me! You're mine! Time to end this!
No, I will not be defeated by you! I am of the first brood!
Thank you. Preemptively putting it lower because fun about to be over. There we go. Done.
Oh, my flesh.
Oh, this music is so good. Perfect. Fog. Why are the drops so nice to me all of a sudden? Because I had to spend 600,000 gil on gear? Maybe. Maybe the game feels sorry for me. My gil expenditure.
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent.
I mean, it's kind of what I do.
Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Huh. Scary. Monsters.
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways.
Let's proceed with caution and pick up what yeah.
Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Yeah, we set our sights elsewhere. Let's see what there's to learn here. Yay! The warding skills exhibit no change. It should be safe to remain here and begin our search. But with her now, I would send Ashdaya where she would want me near. But there is nothing. But you not called her? Let her know that you have come? Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances. For that I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon ether. It is liable to draw more voids into us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can for the castle's occupants. An understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope for a few of them are capable of speech. Let all remain vigilant. While we go about our inquiries, we reconvene afterwards. No. Okay. What enticing ether you have. Give me some. Give me some. Ah, if only I were stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Fine, fine. I'll find someone else to eat. Yo, look at that face design, holy shit. The mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime, to bask in her gaze's bliss. But now she's gone, never again will I feel her gaze. No, mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? I serve, I obey, please don't eat me. Dragon, what is that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. But the one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeons, but now clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. Whatever those floaty orbs are, I have no idea. We've nothing to say. Others are approached have no will to fight. Neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. My experience was not the same. Lower rung voids tend to have low intelligence, would seem. Pity Scamillona is dead. He was talkative at least. What of you? Well, there appears to be someone in the dungeon who can speak. Clever woodsman in the dungeon. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this woodsman. Preferably before its fellows make a meal of it. To the dungeon then. Yes, dungeon. Dungeon. Dungwan. No. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying words. That's for sure. Lots of them. So many words. By the way, this quest has one of my favorite quest rewards to be given out in this game so far. In the food category, which is just beef stroganoff. Ah, yes. Beef stroganoff. Good. A jailer. Then we have this fucked up jail with a weird ass floor. Why is it so wobbly? What is happening? Hi there.
You.
Me.
You are the friend.
Yep. Xenos Voidsend. The Voidsend bound to Xenos.
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald.
How did it come to be here?
When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
Well, hello.
But how? The light just now, of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the Void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the Void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then.
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Strictly speaking, I'm Renambria.
So, you're not a friend. Then... what is it? What is a friend?
As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Void-sent, at least those we've met. And the change we witnessed, I suspect it is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. I'm very keen to hear what you can tell us about herself and about her world. I do doubt you came to the dungeon by perchance. What is it that you're after? We're looking for a Void-sent with whom we could converse, the cause of which we learned for few. We are visitors to this world, and know little but less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So this information you seek, What do you offer for it? Beg your pardon? Voidsent do not give unless we stand to gain. If you desire something, you pay the price. That's the sole rule in this world. You call the void. That makes sense. Pray forgive your ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect such coin as we carry has no value here. Voidsent crave one thing alone. Ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, my dear. I still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Switch. There we go. And we've a bargain. If we are to talk about the void, let us do so outside. Come with me. Yeah. More cutscene.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void. There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void-sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin-eaters, darkness begat void-sent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, we formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void-sent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void-sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry. I realize, too, that I've neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me Voidsent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
How about 0?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. 0, then.
This music is so good. Here's to fruitful partnership.
Partnership? Are you saying you wish to strike a bargain?
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
'Tis Flora. Hello. Yes, it is indeed
Yes.
piano time.
Ashdaya is her name, and she is my sister. If you have any knowledge of her, I beg you share it with us.
Hemlo.
Did you say something?
No.
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of Voidsent, perhaps.
Sus. I must say we are rather exposed here. Perhaps you should continue the conversation within the castle. Amogus! The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it as soon as we arrived. Okay. Harpsichord time, yes. I need to have a swift toilet break. I'll be right back. The sneak has returned to Harpsichord time. Hello. It is time for battle.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Yes.
Very well.
Pit good.
You're mine!
Pet that eye. My eyes.
Ah, that I should miss my mark.
That fiend again?
F.
But we struck it down. Watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist. Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
So unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. Ah, my mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
Ah. Oh my.
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast. Come,
Well then.
struggle with all.
Arigatou gozaimasu, Nobu-san.
Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers his call. We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
I love how Zero just stands there. Like, this isn't my problem. I'll get my ether from you no matter what. Archfiends, that's the one. Noble Sun Parade. Yep. The song we're hearing is a rearrangement from one of the Final Fantasy IV battle themes.
He hastens their
So the
regeneration.
original composition is one of his.
We are deathless. You cannot defeat that which cannot die.
True.
Struggle and slaughter all you find.
This bodes ill. Our foe has too great an advantage.
We need to drag him out of this damnable feast.
I love how it just rains orbs. So good.
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
Ta-da!
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
Oh no.
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
They've been crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Sure is.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
Arigato, Soken-san. Yes.
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn voidsent into crystal.
What is this power?
You will tremble before my truth strength.
No. Love this track. So good.
Attend to the minions first. Be gone!
Gotcha!
That's far enough! Got you!
Trickery will not fail.
Reinforcements!
This will hurt.
Impressive.
Pathetic. Useless.
Rude.
Enough. Enough.
We cannot win without Zero. We must help her.
And got him.
Another debt to repay.
Sure is.
If I must deal with you first, I'll kill you all myself.
Finally getting serious, are we? Very well. Let us return the favor.
Oh, so much stuff.
This place will be your grave!
Will it now?
This is magic! We must stop him now!
Everyone, to me!
Woo! Pretty. Dragon magic.
Give it everything you've got!
Very cool. Dead. I have exploded his face. Let's go.
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return
Boom,
again
bitch.
and again.
Yes.
What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Well then.
You are welcome, seekers of might.
Hello there.
I, Golbez, have called you for hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, yes, but what of the promised gift?
In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact, and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast, and arise as my 4 arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Are you all right?
The Void Sense essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmilione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust.
Fame sip.
Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
Probably.
Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
In light of our recent experiences, I expect we all have questions. I trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed at least that much, I dare say. Ooh, yes. Word of Darkness. Rain. You've come to the 13th before, yes? You fought Voidsent here. But clearly you didn't know that could regenerate, else you would have shared the detail beforehand. That seemed to stay there at the time, yes? I doubt not that they did. There must be a reason why these why the ones you defeated did not return, in contravention of the natural order. Do you perhaps do you remember out of the ordinary? A sealing magic like Zero's, perhaps? There are circumstances in which we are unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow, but in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had to come to harbor may break free and coalesce into a distinct void scent once more. Before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey. The fate more likely for stronger beings will require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet desperate is greater strength. Scummy only managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may ask, I would ask you about your power. Will you tell us about it? What you saw should speak for itself. I can bind the ether of the soul in crystal. Many wielded this power during the Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. How does one come to wield Memoria? And what happened to your peers? Never thought about that. I do know, though, that Voidson can't use the power. I assume that's because I'm mortal in part. I see. Zero. I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I can't say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in my castle may have heard of him. We must try talking to the other Voidset again. Let us entrust the task to Rain. His echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, he should be able to maintain his composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but I will not ask about Golbez in my we do not ask about Golbez in my stead. On the terraces to begin with, perhaps. The music is so fantastic! Ah! Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. The Void has top tier music. All of my favorite, early raid music from this game is from Void or Void adjacent content. It just has this something, you know? So the clever one hadn't been eaten. If no one wants it, then perhaps. Golbez? Of course I know of him. Only fool with that ears wouldn't. His archfiends led armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless. Those who can't fight. They serve anything. It's literally a void. I mean... I wouldn't exactly call this nothing, you know? If the one who devoured her dies, perhaps Mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the Archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. The mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. Quick question, Flora. Do you have arachnophobia? Perfect. Then we can talk about the design of this enemy. Oh, whoops. Look at this! Holy shit! That's so cool! Oh, we have one who's holding relatively still over here. Even. Ah, the designers of this game. The tasty one returns to tempt me. I must eat you. I must eat you. Golbez, I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. Whee! And then we obviously have the obligatory armored person with wings. No demon realm is complete without armored person with wings. Is the rule. That's no spider, it only has 6 legs. It has a great many limbs, I would say. Yeah. Welcome back, Rin. Were you able to learn out of value? So countless words and answer the Archfiends, who in turn answer to Golbez, as your vision did suggest. Skamillone's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the Archfiends conquer other domains. The question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other Archfiends, or perhaps those who fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck at this isle. Zero, I would ask a favor of you. I'm determined to save my sister Ajdaya. If there's even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, and I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on your quest? Forgotten the way of my word already. If you want help or for payment. No one here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts, and if you claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this a lesser request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? Surely you must desire something. Name it. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in a world that's already dead? By that logic, you have no reason to refuse your request. The payment need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say so much from the start? Very well, Zira. I'll propose you travel with us. Whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? They are overusing this song a bit, but it's so good though. Either place the Archfiends may strike next, or where refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. I know the letter. I thought you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle? I was brought here in a mount. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we will need a large one. But regardless of size, all can be won over with ether. Excellent. Let us go and find our mount at once. Not good. Not Golbez must hear of this. Whee! We should be able to find a mount here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little ether should suffice. Are you ready?
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
Big bean. Ah, yes. Those. Monsters.
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
What's that?
Mortals! They're mortals! What's enticing ether?
Let me have some, let me have some!
Not fair.
I don't want to be.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
Yee. So that was some music. No. With one coming up in about one quest. But it's still early enough on a weekend that people should be online, so we should be able to find a run of that. And then after that, there's technically one more, but it's as I told you in the DM, it's the second to last quest in the game. It's fine if I have to play that one on Tuesday. This is my abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. Well, they know their place. It's tantalizing. Ether, if it's tantalizing ether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't prance. It's a voiceless nature to consume, their sole purpose. Even in the pursuit of ether, even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it's absolute. Consider yourselves duly warned. If you wish to go among the Voidsent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master to another, but when any of those masters in turn served Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them to yourself. Most have traveled to your world, and so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we learn how we can reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going too, of course, in which case I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Ready? Then lead the way. I'll leave it to you to decide with whom we speak. That is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. Don't recall the statue though. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. Stay away from me if you don't want to be eaten. Stay away. I am inside you. Golbez, I've heard the name before. Oh, I remember. We're speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. Crusade, you say? From whom did you hear this? Farfarello. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfarello can tell us more. So, in case it's not painfully obvious, the names are all Italian. That's an FF4 thing. The names are all from FF4. In fact, this world is basically Final Fantasy IV, but kind of in 3D and ruined. To walk around with fear like that? You're a minion, then? You know I don't take minions. Here's some questions, and I want you to answer them. Golbez, I don't know that one. Only Skatach. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. I've been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Skatach was a powerful Voidsen who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. I know who Skatach is. I killed her. Skatach is the final boss of, well, no, she's the final boss of nothing. She's the fake-out final boss of one of the raids. You are one of the mortals, is it true? Murder! Yay! When you die over there, you really die. So it is, so it is. What brings you here then? Ah yes, Golbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead he devours all. Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he's about to make a move. Set aside with what you've learned. But let's step away before you become too tempted to resist. Seems the rumor of Golbez reached even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. But I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarello once fought in Golbez's army. It's a miracle he survived serving with an archfiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us, constantly in fear of being devoured. He seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Siriato. He is a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat, and won't stop until he's exhausted. When the hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume? Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Ah, yes. God, this music is so good.
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it. They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione's soul into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye.
Breast.
If the very notion wasn't absurd! The gifted are gone, drowned in darkness. As were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
You suck.
The insolence! Know your place!
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Farfarello keeps the fringes of Madame N this way. The voice and here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please, but almost answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need ether. Except Farfarello and Siriato, that is. They are content to take from one another, barring the incident they dared not to venture out. When he takes flight, Siriato will not seek shelter until he's utterly spent. Farfarello, on the other hand, prefers to hide at the same place. Come. Oh, whatever will I do now? Siriato, this is rather unexpected. Where's Farfarello? Farfarello isn't here anymore. He left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, all right. What more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he's wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Siriato's behavior? I don't think he was telling the truth. So you think so too? As he says, Farfarello's gone, but that is quite unusual. As is the fact that Siriato, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee but instead hid here. With Farfarello usually... No. We must go after Siriato, now. I just realized what this arrangement reminds me of. And it's Hollow Knight music. Siriato, we need to talk. There's no time. The wind rises. We must flee. But the wind rises. What is he talking about? After him. Hold on. I will, Hollow Knight... City of Tears. One song specifically, which is just... kind of this vibe. And even specifically just that one, though. But yeah. Yeah, this one. Very similar energy. I don't want to play too much of it. Because, copyright and stuff. Square Enix doesn't like if you play other music over this game. And I don't want to anger them. What's gotten into you? What do you mean the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes. Babaricia. Babaricia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us. There's no time. I don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. It's a dead eye beyond. And then beyond, we'll call him. There's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you. Barbariccia, the Archfiend of Wind. Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured, forced to serve, to fight in the crusade. But it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her other enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. That explains everything, almost. I thought it was Farfarello who used to serve an Archfiend, not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You who now speak as though you were Barbariccia's minion. There's only one explanation. Indeed, that would account for some uncharacteristic behavior. So that is the way of it. Did you devour Farfarello? Not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being. How did you know? It was only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely it was at Farfarello's behest. I can't hide anything from you. I admit it. Farfarello didn't leave. I hate him. He feared Barbariccia more than anything. Barbariccia. He hated the endless fighting. So he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. Oh, Father, good it did. I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer. And though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Where this is a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here, no escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. Now the desperation is joined with Siriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. I don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfarello. But there's nowhere to go, nowhere! And tell me about Barbariccia. I would know who it is we face. It's too late, she's as good as here. No one can escape her winds. No one! She's come.
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiends approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Well, hello there, long hair lady.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken, save in reverence and fear. And what is this pitiful domain?
Small armor lady.
Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery.
I would like to mention on that on that regard, this version of her is more clothed than the original.
Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell.
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
Go after Barbaricia. What else? What question is that? You know me, Estinian.
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
No worries, I am fully prepared.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Barbaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
The less time we give to the enemy to prepare. The less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, then let us set forth. Indeed. And yet my heart weighs heavy for those Barbaricia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have to come. Should you require a moment, Zero? For what? Barbaricia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly as she would be. Agreed. This is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. Yee. The outfit selection is really good. I still wonder how long they'll take before they give like hat options to Viera and Rothgar. I'd imagine they might be waiting for the 7.0 release for that, because we are also scheduled to get a character creation overhaul with that patch. Or with the graphics overhaul we are promised. So maybe they don't want to bother with doing all the old hats now with the old graphics and then having to redo them once the graphics overhaul is out and they need to retouch every item in the game anyway. I imagine that's why we're not getting any updates in that regard. Because they have to touch every item in the game regardless after the graphics overhaul. They will probably save doing the Viera and Rothgar headpieces for when they have to touch every item in the game anyway. At least I assume they are also going to change item textures at least a bit. Or if they change anything about how the player models work, they might have to retouch up every model. Or let me put that in a way that makes more sense for game development process. If they do anything to how the character models are made, they will have to look at every item again just to make sure there's no display issues. And if they already have to look at every item again, they might as well take the time to finally complete the model selection for Rothgar and Viera. I'm also not bothered by it, because I also don't like helmets and hats that much. But it doesn't matter if I'm bothered by it. What matters is that the option is there or not. And the option not being there is a problem. One that they are addressing, but with no ETA, because, well, redoing every other headpiece item in the game does take time. A word of warning. Barbaricia spoke as if she would give us answers if we were to defeat her. But even assuming she'll talk, which I doubt, I trust I needn't tell you how foolish it is to give an archfiend a second chance. Best to seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If you wish to peer into her past, the memorial will suffice. Can't with the power well. Well then, you had better hope it favors you when the time comes. Rest assured, this won't be your last opportunity to learn about Ashdaya. If another archfiend were to fall, Golbus would surely be compelled to respond. We need only wait for a quarry to come to us. Indeed. If our struggles with Scarmiglione taught us out, it is that we must hold nothing back when facing with an archfiend. Let us heed Zero's advice and seal her away at the earliest opportunity. If we are in agreement, then let us be off. You will travel by this route. Yes!
You're not the only ones who can ride the wind.
Leave these ones to us.
I see to Barbaricia.
Let's go. I'm so happy that we keep using that now that we have it. To swiftly explain what these light pillars are, and that crystal. That crystal contains the magic of Azem. Specifically of the person who used to exist back in the olden days of the place we visited. And we share that person's soul, or well, 8/14 of it right now. And what this crystal does, what this magic does, is it allows us to call for help. It will temporarily summon allies to our side that we've met on our travels. This is basically a canon explanation for how the duty finder works. Well, it is 7 in this instance because that's how big a full party is. But that's what the magic does. It summons allies. It's a canon explanation for a game mechanic. I love this kind of stuff. Although I should add, we only got this relatively recently. Before that, there was always some feasible explanation that we could have, like, gotten people to help. Like, you know? But yeah, it's so good. Like, they started introducing this when it stopped making sense that we brought help with us or, like, went to town and we're like, hey, there's this foe. Can you help me defeat it? Like when we were at the literal end of the universe, for instance. We didn't exactly bring 7 randos to the end of the universe, so they had to end up there somehow. And this magic is how. Oh, also, Flora, since we talked a bit about time travel in this game, there's one thing that this game does to kind of address the issue that time travel under our current understanding of the laws of physics is dubious. Which is, it doesn't claim to know how it works. And it doesn't claim that you actually traveled back and forth in your singular timeline. The first time travel plot the game has, in Shadowbringers, has Grahatir travel back from our future to our past. But there's no guarantee that the future he is from would have actually come to pass in our timeline had he not traveled back in time. Which means there is a feasible possibility that he didn't. he traveled from a parallel universe into our universe, not crossing time, and just crossing into a parallel universe that happened to be at that point in time he traveled to. And the second time travel plot, which is where we go back to Elpis, figure out why the final days happened, and then go back into the future, they also specifically mention that there's no guarantee that we actually went back to our future. It might just be by pure happenstance in the multiverse that Warriors of Light keep traveling to parallel universes. And that this just kind of happens over and over. Ad infinitum. Because we never see the starting point of this time travel. When we reach the end of the Elpis plotline, we learn that this has always happened. This isn't a new time travel, it's a closed loop. Us going back to Elpis always happens before the final days happen in the ancient times. So it might either be a weird parallel universe thing, or it might be a closed time-like loop, which is a real phenomenon under the current understanding of under our current understanding of the laws of physics. A closed time-like loop could exist in the universe under very weird wormhole conditions. A closed time-like loop is kind of a how do you say it? Kind of a localized Groundhog Day situation, where universal time on an existence scale does not loop, but the local time of the bubble where the closed time-like loop is occurring loops. It keeps happening, but from an outside perspective, the same thing just keeps happening. But from an inside perspective, inside the system, it looks like it's a time loop. Because the universe is big, these might also exist. And then finally, it might just be a weird wormhole. We don't understand time, or space, or gravity. There is nothing in our current theories that explicitly excludes time travel. We just know that if there is time travel, it is very fucky. Anyway, I wanted to bring this up because that's a topic I really enjoy. I love when writers are like, okay, we need to make it somewhat feasible. We need to at least put enough thought in our universe that the disbelief of the reader or the viewer is easily suspended. No. No, it doesn't. The second law of thermodynamics only has to be true for the entire universe. If it is true at all. There's nothing that says it can't be violated locally. Which is why it's weird. Also, in any case, we also have to consider the possibility that our understanding of the second law of thermodynamics is an emergent property of our locality and might actually not be true in the entire universe. and only be true for the observable universe. Which is annoying. We have no way of knowing if any of our theories of physics hold true beyond the boundaries of the observable universe. Because by the very nature of the word observable, we can't know anything about the nature of things we can't observe. But to loop this back on narrative design, which is a much more important topic, I do not demand of a story that it is consistent with the laws of our universe, because that would be boring. That would limit creative potential unnecessarily. What I demand of a story is that it is consistent with its own rules, the own laws of its own universe that it establishes. I get mad at a story when it violates what it itself has set up. Say, if a story were to say, time travel is impossible, and then like 15 books later, psych you out and say it is suddenly possible. That would be very weird. That would kind of require the universe to loop. Like, if there was an edge, we would be able to observe it, right? Because it would stop. For the universe to be smaller than the observable range, it would have to be concave. Which should be... it should be observable over some length, over some distance. So I think that should be relatively easy to figure out. But the universe can only loop if the space itself is concave, and a concave space should be observable over a long enough distance. We can say with relative certainty that space is not convex, because convex space would look really strange. Because it would distort distance in a really weird way. The further away something you look at is. It is very likely that at least our observable universe is flat. But we don't know if that's a local anomaly or not. But from what we can tell, outside of gravitational wells, the observable universe at least appears flat, which only leaves the possibility of it actually being flat, or of it being so concave that it wraps around into itself. Well, we know a few things. We know observable phenomena exist. We know that if you let go of a pen, it drops down. And we can infer with relative certainty that this will hold true for the time being. Well, toward the center of mass of the object with the strongest gravitational pull in the vicinity, I would assume. That is generally accepted as down. I am Snick. I know such things. If you live in the void, you pick up a few things about physics. I didn't expect waiting for the cue on this content to pop to turn into physics lecture, but here we are. Let's get back to the point I was actually trying to make, though, which is, again, narratives don't have to be consistent with our universe, they just have to be internally consistent. And I get really angry at stories that violate their own rules. Unless it is specifically meant to be science fiction. I'm here for it, Pog. Oh, that is something I can go on a tangent on. We found the next tangent. Let's go. I do not like that everything futuristic is called science fiction. Because science fiction is a subgenre of speculative fiction. And that kind of requires at least 90% accordance with the laws of physics as they were understood when the work was written. But there's so many works that introduce magic into a futuristic world and still call it science fiction. Yeah, I don't like stories to be forced to be consistent with our universe. It really strongly depends on genre. Science fiction has to be, fantasy doesn't. Because from the lens of a person capable of imagining magic, our real world is very creatively restrictive. If every magic, like if every fantasy story had to be consistent with our universe, that would make for some really boring stories. And I love that the okay, so the extent of stories that couldn't exist if every story had to be fully consistent with the laws of physics in our world is really funny. Because you have obvious picks like time travel plots are funky, and I guess Superman wouldn't make sense because he has way too low surface area to be getting that amount of energy from the sun, clothed. But my favorite example of something that wouldn't make sense if everything was consistent with our universe is Lucio from Overwatch. To be dealing the amount of damage his sound weapon does in Overwatch, that weapon would have to create about 68 decibels with every pull of the trigger. That doesn't sound like a lot, until you realize decibel is a logarithmic scale, and it just said 68. That is a lot. Oh, no. You are thinking of normalized decibels for measuring audio, which is a different scale. That's dBA. No, I'm talking decibels. Although I might have my number wrong, actually. Hold on. Sorry. I'm stupid. I got the number wrong. I know I got the number wrong, though. I was trying to remember a calculation on this I've seen before, and I was a bit too early in the calculation. No. That was the number, there was a reference number. No, sorry. The number of decibels his gun would have to make to create the exact amount of kinetic force to create to deal the about the amount of damage his gun does in the game is not 68. Sorry, it's 270. That makes more sense. That's a 270 decibel loudspeaker he has there. Yeah. Now, mind you, that is only the energy of the sound wave it emits. I said nothing about the energy of the thing that creates the sound. And as someone who studies acoustics, you should know that the thing making the sound will have more energy than the sound wave. Yeah. It's pretty loud. It is pretty loud. That is louder than an atomic bomb. If I remember correctly, an atomic bomb is somewhere around 210 decibels. We are talking about sound pressure here. Remember, that's a gun that is handheld that can deal physical damage to someone caught in the sound wave. So it had to be pressure. Because it has to rupture skin and stuff like that. That gun makes no sense. It should be... That gun loud. But yeah, that's kind of... That is my example of why maybe you should give some leniency with the laws of physics when it comes to storytelling. And anyway, as for time travel plots, I usually don't like them because they overlook stuff. They create consistency errors. Yeah. Oh, the accuracy. Oh no. I forget what the densest material in Minecraft is at the moment. It might be diamond? Diamond is pretty dense. Netherite doesn't exist. You cannot attribute a density to a fictional material. Because, like, I'm trying to think of... we know the exact measurements of a block of anything in Minecraft. It's 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. If we know the density of the material the block is made from, we can estimate the weight of 1 block in Minecraft. You can then put shulker boxes full of stacks of that block into every slot of your inventory and just carry those around with you. Which is insane. If Netherite is infinitely dense now, oh no. You do realize that that means if you drop it into the real world, it would instantly collapse into a black hole, right? Yeah, but it can't be platinum, right? Because platinum melts if you throw it into lava. Did I stutter? Oh man. No. Flora wants to blow up the world. What is this? The carnage. Actually, I should change the title of the stream. Hold on. We're in 6.2 now. I'm still kind of hopeful that we will find people to play this with, because we have found a tank. We might just be stuck in Q purgatory. I have the bring of distraction, Pepidi. I never got invited to the novice network on this account, otherwise I could ask there. Yeah. Cute. Ooh. Small. Oh no, someone is in fucking Party Finder. I'm not a tank though, I'm sorry. That is an apple. How long is the Duty Finder time limit again? 60 minutes, I think. Okay, we are going to do a desperate maneuver, which is getting invited to the novice network on this account. Why I teleported to Limsa for that of all places, I cannot tell you. Anyway. Easy. By the way, I can't teleport back in there. I'm just gonna go to Charlie and I don't know. Very sad player numbers over here. I know this guy. This is taking forever. What makes me worry is that we haven't found any other players. Where are these people? Excitatron! Nice! Someone's doing treasure maps. Ultimacy. Tower Paradigm Sand. Tower Paradigm Breach. Yeah. Okay, so this isn't working. Again, desperate times call for desperate measures. Which is just fucking player recruitment. I would like to do a trial. Storm's Crown, yes. And let's just recruit. I should actually, hold on. I should at least put an item level filter on it. Let's see if anyone answers my call. I will answer your call. You're not at this level. You don't even play the game. I will not get here in time. Trying to find duties this late at night is so awful. If it's not high level stuff. And then 3 people join. Holy fucking shit. Look at this. Oh yeah. And then people leave. Great. I think they realize this isn't extreme. This is normal. Yep, they realize this is an X. Hold on, I'm gonna... No, they are offline. No. People leave. Why? The fuck? Yeah. That's a tank. They actually just left. One of them changed class and then they all rejoined. This is why I love this game, by the way. Let's see if we can find the healer. Perfect. Nice. Easy. Oh, there we go. This is so awesome. You just ask and people appear.
Come, give yourselves to my scouring winds that I may feast upon your essence.
It's just this game.
Such
Let's go. We ball.
Exquisite ether. My hair shimmers with anticipation.
Oh, this makes me so happy right now. I should have done this yesterday, to be honest.
Try this.
Ah, fuck. Ooh. Spicy.
Have at you.
Oh boy. Ah, shit. They're bad.
My locks are as the wind.
I'm too greedy with my stacks for this. Ah, right, this. Yes.
Soft, strong, and free.
Oh, of course, it had to be that corner.
Try this.
Oh well. Oh wow. Oh, that's too early.
Pull.
Oh boy. What arrow 4?
fair wind blows. You feel it too, do you not?
Do I feel what? What, girl? What do you ask me if I feel it? Am I Mr. Krabs? Are you feeling
You've
it,
done
Mr.
well
Krabs?
to last this long. But the battle has only just begun.
Ah yes, more. Face swap! She's wearing her hair, Bayonetta style. Whee! Mommy.
I'll slaughter you all. Dodge this if you can. I'll make it quick.
Wee ball. I've seen this in X before. Oh, I should not be dragging that into the party. Ah, shit. Right, these. Oh, wow.
Don't underestimate me.
What a
Feel my
feisty boss,
fury.
this one.
Know your place.
Please don't bet anything into me. Thank you. Oh, you baited things into me. How dare. I'll just ignore this. Screw you, Barbaricia. And your hair. Things.
You can't escape the storm. I'll break your every bone.
Yeah, my combo. Ugh. So many interrupts.
No! I will not be denied!
Woo! There we go. Where's she hidden? I don't know.
There's still time. With more of the dragon's ether, I can yet... You're finished.
Doop doop. Dead.
Damn it all!
I see you've bested Barbaricia. Well done.
Yes. Well done indeed.
Her minions too are all crystallized or scattered. The day is ours.
What of my sister? Tell me you learned something about Ashdaya. So the Archfiend and her crystal yielded not.
Our efforts have not been entirely fruitless. We have deprived your sister's captor of another powerful champion. With Zero, we may yet challenge Golbez and his minions.
Indeed. We could not have come this far without your aid. Thank you, Zero.
I but fulfilled my part of the bargain. And now I will have my...
Bonk. Bonk.
Her ether is nearly spent. Perhaps unsurprising given how much power she used.
I wouldn't want to face another Archfiend without her. We should hurry back to Zero's domain.
Agreed. Eager though I am to continue, it would be unwise to risk our lives for the sake of haste. Let us suspend the mission and tend to Zero.
Good plan. But yeah, what is this sorcery? This is just how this game is. You just kind of are like, hey, can we do this? And then people are like, yep. And then you do it. And you do the thing. That's it. Oh, so you click on this, and then you just say recruit members. You put in what you want to do, and then you wait for people to find you. Alternatively, use this, but not at 3:30 and DPSQ. Though Zebra remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. And so far as I can discern at any rate, being part Voidsent, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let us observe her for a while, as we discuss our next move. Disgusting. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? Snake cutie? Yes. Yee. I'm going bed. No. Okay. Sag. I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the ether we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. Good sleep. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. Zero cannot give her consent, but it seems we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here, defenseless. Should she rather desire it, we can bring her home. Good sleep. I will probably go on for an hour or two more. And wherever I am then, somewhere in patch 6.3 I will end. We are actually, this is almost the end of the patch already, so there isn't much more. We are almost at 6.3. As you can probably tell by now, the patches aren't that long. So it's fine if I have about an hour of content left for Tuesday. Even 2 would be okay. I can easily go until 12. Bye-bye. Rain, may I ask you to hold on to Barbaricia's memoria? It may yet serve the purpose. Oh, what happened to her? You have business with Zero? We have a newcomer, a former minion of Barbaricia. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Bidge. Barbaricia's minion. Why not go and find this newcomer? So I have something to tell Zero, if nothing else. Indeed. May it trouble you to join me, Rain. With luck, we might learn something of Golbez. Ba-da-ba-da-da. You're the ones that felled Barbaricia. I won't make trouble. I'll obey, so please let me stay. If you would obey, then tell me all you know of Golbez. There isn't much I can tell. Only Archfiends are allowed to use domain wherever it is. None but they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Golbez communicate with his minions afield? He has these scepters, staves, whatever they are. He used them to talk to those far away. Not unlike link pearls, at least in function. That will be all. My thanks for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I'm satisfied, so let us rejoin the others and head home. It's so fun that we bring her into the source. Just wild. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, are you ready to depart? Mm-hmm. To Troya then, and then home.
Ah, you're all safe. Thank the sisters.
Yeah. Yes.
A moment while I close the gate. There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Vashan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Da, 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 da. Master Umbria, we have been expecting you. People follow me. I will show you to the guest chambers. Guest chamber.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine harnished cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void sent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void sent, rendering it dominant. Thus, we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Fandaniel. Were Zero wholly void sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
This. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales functioned admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. Then I go meet with the soldiers. Share with them what I learned, fighting Voids under the 13th. What of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? Oh, nothing particular. In that case, I must trouble you with a small task. I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Merit's Mayhem and ask for suitable refreshments? Excellent. In the meantime, Nidana shall watch over Zero. She is already en route. Let us each then tend to our respective businesses, and reconvene anon. Welcome to Merit's Mayhem. Make yourself comfortable. What? A guest of the Satra has collapsed from hunger. Of course I would be happy to help. You need only help, tell me what you desire. A fruit, perhaps? Ah yes, that would be perfect for someone coming out of a long slumber. You can take these apples with you then. They've just come in, and I can guarantee the freshness. Afterwards, once your guest feels better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Ah, welcome back. Let's do worry. Mistress Nidana has been taking good care of her guest. Will you be joining them now? Yes.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here? There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful! Ah! Woo! What is this? Some sort of fiend? A fiend? Where is it? Where? But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
Apples.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. I suppose ether is ether.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow. That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing, but diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force. The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
The question of taste aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake. You managed to return in one piece this time, but don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
You have my thanks.
Dwink. This world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. Glad I might hear that. So is there any place in particular you wish to see? Sip, yes. Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? Why, I don't expect it'll collapse again. It would be good to know where I can produce more if necessary. Buried's main it is then. I should introduce you to the head waitress. Milil. This is the place. The air's different here. I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that elsewhere. Systematic cooking, I believe. Handish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious. I hope you will agree. We could attempt to introduce you to Merit herself, but Milil is more likely to be available. Welcome to Merit's Mayen. Greetings. I may introduce you to Zero. She's an esteemed guest. And I ask that you see her meals during the stay. Ah, yes. Merit just told me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. It was here that I obtained the apple. But the palace cooks and can prepare whatever you desire. It is certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones there, moving their bodies about? Is it for some ritual related to eating? The dancers. They move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. It's a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We Watsons prefer simpler pleasures. That may be the way of it now. But your world too must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. I propose to visit Balshan's Bazaar, where goods the world over may be found. What are these things for? What do you do here? This is a marketplace, where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Ranzatan has served as a trading hub. And here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tombstone. If there's aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what tombstones are for. Boys had returned with them on occasion, but I never knew the purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. On that subject, there appear to be no shops in 13th. Do you never make bargains which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. I see. Your bargains may be likely to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. Crucible! Yes! Oh, wait, over there. Ah. Why, Master Vitra? Why, Master Vitra? Vitra, how may we serve you this morning? If you're here for your vessel, I'm afraid we're still tending to it. No, there's no rush. Pray take as much time as you require. And know that I have complete faith in your work. The High Crucible is home to finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies, and I can provide you with healing as well. Now that I think of it, you weren't all that surprised when it changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was a soul occupying a vessel of my own? It's hard to uncommon in a world, and given the chance, many share their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest! You're most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for some tea? The sisters know we'd love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now. I can always obtain more without the need for an encheta. No need to decline after that. I dare say you are tired. Let us save it for another time, and return to Megaluta. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. Na 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 na. Megaluta. Some sort of fruit. Beautiful things, though. I imagine you'd need to eat a lot of them to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed to silkworms. Without the creatures, we couldn't make the silk to make a famous Tavernarian weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You would be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Such on food, I wouldn't have considered any other purposes for it. Master Vitra, and Rain too! If it isn't young Merad, Mirad. And you must, that must be your sister. Yasra. Is her well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency. The other children are very nice, and we all look out for each other. Oh, just the other day, Estinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Truly, Estinian paid you a visit. That is well. Is she a new friend? Friend? You know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She's a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and is still unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. Play with? Zeno seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? More or less. I mean, he definitely considered me a friend. I see, but is having someone to play with so fulfilling? I do not understand why. Why traverse the great expanse where he risked life and limb for you? But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I'm not Xenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. I'm sorry, I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. Well, we had better get back to our errand. Goodbye. It was nice meeting you. Through Xenos, I thought I understood the way of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It is all so strange, your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning, bit by bit. It's the right decision to join you. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and 'twas in no small part due to your company. My thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to Megaduta. Okay. Okay, that is the last quest of patch 6.2. As for most patches in the game, bearing the patch's subtitle, the patch's name, Buried Memory. Only one more patch to go until we have reached content parity, until Tuesday, that is, which is God's Revel, Lands Tremble. But we will not be able to finish that one today by any means. I do not want to be live until 8 AM. And I also don't think I will get anyone to go into the trial with us. I'll see if I can get to the dungeon within an hour, but I even doubt that. I'd much rather just have a bit longer of a stream on Tuesday than going on too much longer today. Welcome back, Master Umbria. Will you be heading to the guest chambers? Yes. But it's so exciting to me to finally reach the end with this account.
So, what are
It's
your
been a long
impressions
journey.
of Rad's at hand?
You can finally tell people how long it takes to play through everything.
There's a lot of mortals.
Sure is.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
We are all ears. Please.
Long ago, light filled the world and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as Eidolons.
The Ascians. And these Eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an Eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power. The power to bind the ether of Eidolons within crystals known as Memoria. My mother was one such Memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
And so you were born part Voidsent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call Voidsent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
Some defied temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition, into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a Voidsent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. Be warned that this will take a while.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th. But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. Which gives me cause to hope there may be a way to restore light and life to the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone. And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Voidsent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more. I will consider this a deposit.
Though at the time the void was shot, you managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives. It cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have met Zero. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend. For your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts. Of this we can be sure. But with you all at my side, I have confidence that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister. And that we will do it together. Meanwhile, elsewhere.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbariccia. Useless, the both of them.
Twas no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee its success, however, I will require Cagnazzo's cooperation. Now there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for scheming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha ha! Some excitement for a change.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps. The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall. What irony that the blessed damned should set us free.
Strange.
As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
Well then. Rain. As always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. You will recall that in exchange for ether, she agreed to aid us in a search for my sister. And Y'shtola's suggestion I began providing said ether in form of food. Zero has found the arrangement to be agreeable and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If you and the others are ready as well, we should set forth for the void once more. Excellent. I should inform Y'shtola Destinian, and then go to collect my other vessels from the alchemists. In the meantime, may I ask you to fetch Zero? She was absent when I visited her chambers earlier, but I suspect you will find her in the corridor connecting you and Gamma. It seems she's grown partial to the view of the city it affords. Once we've attended to your respective tasks, let us gather here. Oh, up there. Oh. Well.
Everyone is so carefree. Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness, and how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant. Such luxury is a loss to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end, at times a literal one. We forge covenants with men and come here to feed, or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void-sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why. What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end? But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it. Why are you here? Was there something you needed? So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
What is it? He's calling.
Sure is.
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any. My apologies, Zero, but your return to the void will have to wait.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return?
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
If Ashdire was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well. Very well. We would welcome your company.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald. It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust? Understood. We'll see you there. We're to rendezvous at Tertium. We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
I think one of the few times teleportation magic actually came up in the story. It's so nice that they finally, like, make it properly canon. By all accounts, Ashdire is Golbez's prisoner. Yet if she wasn't the source, could it be that she managed to escape from the void, if only for a fleeting moment? But that is mere conjecture. We want the truth, then we must go and find it. Come, let's make for Tertium. Your friends are waiting. Ooh, the free teleport. How nice. Whoop. Easy.
Any moment now.
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
We have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead. With the nation in ruins and the leadership void yet to be filled, there remains a lack of direction, a pervasive sense of aimlessness and worry.
Still, everyone wants to make things better. And we're here to help. A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
You're doing a fine job.
You're too kind. But it's thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls that we've been able to make any progress. The allied nations continue to send supplies, which allow us to meet basic needs such as food and shelter. Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time. But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company besides?
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
The 13th? After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
You could have at least invited me too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
Aww. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. You can make it up to me on the next one. But on a more serious note, are we sure it's wise to keep Xenos' former avatar around? I understand how you came to work together, but nevertheless...
You're right to be cautious. I'm a void sent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos. To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
Is that so? I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand. As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ajdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Garlemald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have. In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of Voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon Voidsent servants. While there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
To summon not one, but several powerful Voidsent is no small feat. But if Ashdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Then we must assume these events have indeed been orchestrated.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot, nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumoured to have once been home to a Reaper order.
That would indeed make an excellent start, though the question of how to get there remains.
Euless may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Euless. It is getting pretty late for me, yep. But what can I do? I have ground to cover. Oh, crap, that is, not voiced. Oh, Rain, what a welcome surprise. I see you traveling with a large crew as usual. Not to suggest that that is an inconvenience for us. We'd be happy to share our supplies with you and your allies, should you require any. No, it's almost 5 AM here, so... I usually don't. For obvious reasons, I would presume. Because I start at 6 PM. I will soon have been live for almost 11 hours. I did start a bit late today. Apologies if we interrupt. But there's a matter we wish to discuss. You've just finished your routine briefing, so you've come a good time. This is about the Voidsent. It is, from what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains to the east. Practitioners of the Reaper arts once lived in that area, did they not? They had a village there in the Lapis Manilus caverns. The Scythe wielders forged pacts with Voidsent and took to battle with the beings at their side. For a time they played an invaluable role in the military, but the advent of Magitech saw them fall out of favor. Mega stream, yes. No, just because I end stream after 4 hours doesn't mean I go to bed when I do. It's just usually I try to keep these relatively humane in length. Because I do have viewers that have a hard time getting off stream and it's getting really late for them too. And also it's kind of bad idea to stream in the middle of the night in this time zone if most of my viewers are from this time zone. Went somewhere in mask as insurrectionists. The order was outlawed. The village is believed to be long abandoned. My sister's been taken captive by Voidsend. He sensed a presence in this land, and I've come in search of her. If Voidsend have been sighted here, then I believe there's a connection. We should like to investigate these caverns you mentioned, but Alphino tells us they are not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow and tumultuous winds rule walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you're going to need a Magitech snowcraft. Alas, the last remaining functional one has been broken down. Should still be over in Cerulean Engines, where it was abandoned. Is there anyone who can fix it? Perhaps the former engineers at Tapper's Den. The duty included transporting cerulean tanks to Uturna Platform G using snowcraft. I expect they had to maintain a few over the years. That's worth looking into, I'd say. Because of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm pretty sure they will. May I ask you to accompany her? Given the presence of Voidsend, it's better we avoid traveling alone. In the meantime, will not tell me about the mountain. I would like to learn as much as I can before commencing our search in earnest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who's well versed in the local choreography. Elizabeth, was it? I wish to speak with you. In that case, why don't you come along with us to Tapper's Den? We can turn on the way. Though truth be told, I'm getting really tired. Well then. So I won't be going that much longer. Whatever I don't get to today, I will have to do on Tuesday. Which means I will definitely not be finishing that patch on Tuesday. Because I don't want to go on for another 2 hours. Until I reach the fucking trial. Though I might. We'll see.
What was it you wished to talk about?
At least it's voiced.
Why do you help these people? What is it that you stand to gain?
I'm sorry?
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
And there I thought it was something serious. I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
Didn't I? I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right. To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
We should get back to it, but before we do... You're right, Zero. Did I say something to confuse or upset you? No, I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I'm ready to label. Well, that's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. It's not much farther to Tepestan. I doubt we'll have much trouble finding an engineer when we arrive. So let's speak with the first one we spot. Wait, I know you. You're the one who roughed up the guards. After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives were a lot easier now thanks to them. Understood our plight and offered to help. Whether we wanted to stay here or return home. For that we are truly grateful. We're grateful for you too, Alize. The trip across the lake is hardly pleasant, but you make it all the time to bring us some provisions. Oh, don't mention it. We're just glad we can help. That said, we're actually hoping to ask a favor for you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired. The one abandoned in Cerulean engines. We had told you might be up to the task. So you want to ride the mammoth. That's what we took calling the crafts on account of their size. As often as I use them on rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance. I'll see if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness. Wonderful. Please come with us back to Camp Broken Glass, and we'll take it from there. So far, so good, Rain. Let's be on our way. Let's see here. Another quest down. There always has to be some cutscene that is unvoiced. Why? Welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who will help us with the craft. I'll do everything I can to get it up and running again. But I doubt I'll be able to do so quickly, at least on my own. The mammoth is big and so are its parts. Some strong backs should make the work go faster. Your vows. You finished drilling with the mountain, I take it? Aye, we have a solid grasp of the area, as well as the side of the snowcraft. Our back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I should be glad to stand guard and avoid scent and other unruly wildlife. Much obliged, miss. Now let's all head over to the mammoth and the searchboard needs fixing. If matters here one in hand, which means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us, Rain? How about you, Zero? I will assist you as well, as payment for answering my question. It's hardly something that demands payment, but we'd be glad for your contribution nonetheless. No, you don't understand. It's her way of life, Alice. You just turn that down? That's rude. Well, thanks again for agreeing to help. The Ilzabot container brings in shipment of food, medicine, and other necessities by airship. We have yet to deliver our share of supplies to Tertium. I would appreciate it if one of you could assist with the task today. I'll do it. Well, Rain, looks like you're with me then. Voids and sightings have been increasing by the day, which is why I had a mind to go out and patrol the Eblin Rhine, shall we? Almost to Lapis Manalis. Almost. Voidsent was spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to Camp Rockglass, everyone is understandably concerned. But hopefully not for much longer. You follow this road eastward, and I'll have a look further north. If you should encounter any Voidsent, I won't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. You know, I'm personally not that worried about the long stream. I did sleep very long in preparation for this. But I'm kind of worried about anyone who sees this VOD and is like, what do you mean? That many hours? Like, Sorry. I know it's long. This shit will have to go to YouTube. I don't know if YouTube will tear my head off for a video that size. Twitch also has the option to automatically split any uploaded VODs on YouTube into 15-minute parts. This VOD would be so many parts if I cared to. There was one of those, like, 2010s style Let's Play YouTubers. This one stream would probably have me set for the next, like, 5 months in stream recordings to just have on YouTube. Alice, where'd you go? Actually, I think I still have another VOD of this to take care of. I don't know if I want to have the Honkai Impact streams from last week on file or not. Because it's like really loose, it's not connected. I just streamed it because my hand was hurting. And it can be played with only one hand, because it's a MOBA game. Port. And we played mouse only.
All finished, are we?
Yeah.
Good. The cold doesn't let up out here, does it? They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security.